Hello, English learners, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
How are you, Erica?
Marco, I'm doing really well today.
You excited?
We've got a great lesson for everyone.
Yes, we have a really common situation where we're going to use real English, right?
Yep, everyday English that people really use.
And that's what we want you to learn. What are we talking about today specifically?
Today we have a really common situation that is a little bit embarrassing.
All right, an embarrassing situation. So let's listen to the dialogue for the first time, and it's going to be kind of fast.
Yeah, but don't worry if you don't understand everything, because after 10 minutes, you'll understand everything.
Perfect. All right, let's listen.
Nick, how's it going?
Oh, hey.
What are you doing in this neighborhood? Do you live around here?
Actually, my office is right around the corner.
It was great to meet you last week at the conference. I really enjoyed our conversation about foreign investment.
Yeah, it was really interesting. You know, I'm in a bit of a hurry, but here's my card. We should definitely meet up again and continue our discussion.
Sure, you still have my contact details, right?
You know what? This is really embarrassing, but your name has just slipped my mind. Can you remind me?
Sure. My name is Anna Ferris. Don't worry about it. It happens to me all the time. I'm terrible with names, too.
Wow, Nick forgot her name.
Yeah, that's happened to me a couple of times, and I'm going to tell you about it a little bit later.
Okay, all right, well, let's start with our 3 language takeaways.
Language takeaway.
So our first word on our language takeaway is in a bit of a hurry.
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 So Nick was in a hurry.
Yeah, that's right. This is a great phrase. So let's listen to 3 examples of how you can use this phrase.
Example 1.
Can you drive faster? I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Example 2.
I can't talk right now. I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Example 3.
I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll check these files later.
Okay, so it's clear now. Basically, it means that you don't have time.
You're moving really quickly.
Okay, perfect. Now let's look at our second language takeaway word, and it's contact details.
Contact details.
Contact details.
Contact details.
So what are your contact details?
Basically, this is the information you can find on your business card.
All right, so we have like our name, our telephone number,
your email address, perhaps your mobile phone number.
So all the useful information so people can get in touch with you.
Yep, so people can phone you or email you. Okay, so contact details.
Great. Okay, so our third word is slipped my mind.
Slipped my mind.
Slipped my mind.
Slipped my mind.
So this is a funny phrase. It's kind of strange, right?
Yeah, slipped my mind. It sounds very weird.
Exactly.
Okay, so now we're going to listen to 2 examples of this phrase. Try and see if you can figure out what it means.
Example 1.
I'm sorry I forgot to respond to your email. It just slipped my mind.
Example 2.
Don't you know what day it is today?
Oh, it's your birthday. It completely slipped my mind.
So slipped my mind is like, I forgot.
You forgot something.
So
accidentally.
Right.
Okay, great. Now it's time for putting it together.
Putting it together.
All right, Erica, why don't you tell our listeners what putting it together is?
Well, putting it together helps you put language together. It helps you be more fluent by knowing how words fit together.
Great. So let's look at our first phrase today. And it's around here.
Around here.
Around here.
Around here. So this is like close by.
Close by. Right.
Yeah.
I can say, for example, Is there a bank around here?
Yeah. So that's, is there a bank close to here?
Exactly.
Now, this phrase, around here, we can change it a little bit, and it means something a little bit different.
Right.
I could say, Marco, there's a great restaurant right around the corner.
Right. And that would mean there is a great restaurant on the other street.
Yep.
Or around the corner.
Yep.
Great. Or we have another example. We can say around there.
Around there.
Right. So, for example, I can say Los Angeles is a great city. I used to live around there.
So you used to live near Los Angeles.
Exactly.
All right.
It's a really good phrase, and it's really common.
Yeah. Now, our next phrase in putting it together is terrible with.
Terrible with.
Terrible with.
Terrible with. So we have a couple of examples that will show you how this phrase works.
Example 1. You're terrible with numbers. You can't even remember your own telephone number. Example 2.
I'm terrible with directions. I'm always getting lost.
Example 3. I'm terrible with faces. I can never remember what people look like.
Wow, I understand that. I'm also terrible with numbers. I can barely add 2 plus 2.
Well, yeah, I guess not everyone is a numbers person.
Yeah.
I'm terrible with faces. I sometimes forget what people look like.
Really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So I think it's time now for us to listen to our dialogue a second time.
Okay, this time the dialogue will be a little bit slower.
Right.
So try and listen for some of the words we've just talked about.
Nick, how's it going?
Oh, hey.
What are you doing in this neighborhood? Do you live around here?
Actually, my office is right around the corner.
It was great to meet you last week at the conference. I really enjoyed our conversation about foreign investment.
Yeah, it was really interesting. You know, I'm in a bit of a hurry, but here's my card. We should definitely meet up again and continue our discussion.
Sure. You still have my contact details, right?
You know what? This is really embarrassing, but your name has just slipped my mind. Can you remind me?
Sure. My name is Anna Ferris. Don't worry about it. It happens to me all the time. I'm terrible with names too.
So it's more clear now. You can understand a lot better, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Great. So now it's time for us to take a look at Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So with Fluency Builder, we take some very simple phrases and show you how you can be more fluent or how you can,
Sound more native.
yeah.
Great. In the beginning of the dialogue, Anna said, Nick, how's it going?
Yeah, this is a great phrase. It sounds really, really natural. You know, sometimes I hear students say, how are you?
Or how are you doing?
Those are 2 great phrases, but this one sounds really, really natural.
It just sounds more casual.
Yeah, let's listen again to that phrase from the dialogue.
How's it going? How's it going?
Great. So next time that you find a friend on the street, you can just say, hey, how's it going?
Yeah. So Marco, have you ever forgotten someone's name?
Yeah, it's happened to me a couple of times. And actually, the most embarrassing situation was that I forgot a family member's name.
No, a
Yeah.
family member's name.
We had like a family reunion, and there were a lot of aunts and uncles and cousins that I hadn't seen in a while, and I just forgot one of my uncle's names, and I was...
Uh-oh, that's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah,
So what did you do?
Well, I had to ask one of my other cousins. I'm like, hey, who is that guy? He's like, oh, that's Uncle John. I'm like, oh, man, I totally forgot. Yeah, so it was really embarrassing because I didn't know what to call him, so I just called him Uncle because I didn't know his name.
Hi, Uncle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So when that happens to me, when I'm in a business setting, sometimes what I do is I ask for someone's card.
Ah, yeah, that's the good technique.
Yeah, or sometimes I might ask them to write down their email. Because usually their full name is spelled out in their email address. So that's my trick when I've forgotten someone's name.
That's a good trick, and I guess a lot of our listeners can take your advice on that.
Okay, so I think it's time for us to listen to our dialogue one more time, this time at natural speed.
Nick, how's it going?
Oh, hey.
What are you doing in this neighborhood? Do you live around here?
Actually, my office is right around the corner.
It was great to meet you last week at the conference. I really enjoyed our conversation about foreign investment.
Yeah, it was really interesting. You know, I'm in a bit of a hurry, but here's my card. We should definitely meet up again and continue our discussion.
Sure, you still have my contact details, right?
You know what? This is really embarrassing, but your name has just slipped my mind. Can you remind me?
Sure. My name is Anna Ferris. Don't worry about it. It happens to me all the time. I'm terrible with names, too.
In this episode, I speak slowly. I use clear, simple words. And I repeat ideas so you can shadow my voice, practice your speaking, and build your confidence step by step. Today, we will talk about how to describe your day in English. Not just short sentences, but full ideas. What do you do in the morning? What happens in your afternoon? What is your evening routine like? By the end of this episode, you will be able to talk about your day in English using clear and natural sentences. Let's begin. Why is it important to practice talking about your day in English? It's important because your day is real. It's something that happens to you every day. You know it well. You don't need to search for words or ideas. You don't need to talk about history, science, or politics. You just need to talk about your life. You can say what time you wake up, what you eat for breakfast. You can say if you go to work or stay at home. You can say how you feel, tired, busy, happy, or relaxed. And here's the best part. When you describe your own day, you're practicing real English, useful English, English that you can use with other people in real life. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to try. When you talk about your day, you begin to think in English. You begin to speak more naturally. You use simple, complete sentences. You stop translating in your head. And you feel more confident when speaking. Let's take an example. Imagine you are meeting someone new. They ask, "What did you do today?" What did you do today? If you've practiced talking about your day before, you can answer. You can say, "I woke up at 7. I went to work. I had coffee and answered emails. In the evening, I made dinner and watched TV." Now, that's a full conversation. That's real communication. And that is your goal. Even if you are alone, even if you're not in an English class, even if you are shy, you can still practice speaking English by talking about your day. So, Whenever you don't know what to say, start with something simple. What did I do today? What time did I wake up? What did I eat? Where did I go? What did I do in the evening? These are good questions. They help you remember vocabulary. They help you build strong English habits. They help you think in full sentences without stress. You can do this in the morning to talk about yesterday. You can do this in the evening to review today. You can even record yourself and listen back. The key is to keep it simple. Use the English you know. Don't worry about mistakes. Just speak. And the more you practice, the easier it becomes. One sentence today, 2 sentences tomorrow, a whole story next week. So today, let's build that skill together, step by step, word by word, one real sentence at a time. Okay, let's start at the beginning of the day, the morning. Morning is a very important part of your day. It sets the mood. It gives you energy. And it's a perfect time to speak and think in English, even for a few minutes. Now, let's practice some simple morning sentences together. Repeat each one slowly, just like shadowing. Let's go. I usually wake up at 7 o'clock. Now you repeat. Sometimes I wake up earlier, around 6:30, when I have a lot to do. Now you repeat. If I sleep late, I feel tired the next morning. I stay in bed for a few minutes and think about my day. I like to take a deep breath and stretch my arms and legs. Then I sit up slowly and get out of bed. I walk to the bathroom and brush my teeth. I brush slowly and carefully for 2 minutes. Then I wash my face with cold water. It helps me feel awake. Sometimes I take a quick shower, especially if I feel sleepy. When I shower, I like to play soft music or listen to English audio. After my shower, I dry off and put on my clothes. I try to wear something clean and comfortable. Sometimes I wear jeans and a t-shirt. If I have a meeting or class, I wear something more formal. Next, I go to the kitchen and prepare my breakfast. I usually eat something simple, like toast, eggs, and fruit. Sometimes I have cereal with milk and a banana. If I have more time, I make an omelette or oatmeal. I like to eat slowly so I can enjoy my food. I drink coffee most mornings. Sometimes I drink green tea because it feels light and fresh. While eating, I sometimes watch a short video or check the news. Other days, I just enjoy the quiet and listen to birds outside. Before I leave the house, I check my phone. I look at the time and read my messages. I check my calendar to see if I have any meetings or appointments. I pack my bag with everything I need: my phone, notebook, keys, and water bottle. Then I put on my shoes and go out the door. Okay, let's shadow a story. My morning routine. In this part, I will tell you a short story about my morning. You can listen, then shadow each sense. You can pause after each line to repeat it slowly. Are you ready? Let's begin. In the morning, I usually wake up at around 7 o'clock. Sometimes I wake up earlier if I have a lot of things to do. I lie in bed for a few minutes and think about the day ahead. I stretch my arms, yawn a little, and slowly get up. Then I walk to the bathroom and brush my teeth for 2 full minutes. After that, I wash my face with cold water. It really helps me wake up. If I feel sleepy, I take a warm shower. I often listen to relaxing music while I shower. It helps me feel more calm and focused. After the shower, I put on clean clothes and check my hair in the mirror. Next, I go into the kitchen and start making breakfast. I usually eat 2 pieces of toast with butter and jam, and sometimes I add a boiled egg. I drink a large cup of coffee. That's very important to me in the morning. While eating, I sit by the window and look outside. Sometimes I hear birds singing, and I enjoy the peaceful moment. Before I leave the house, I check my phone. I look at the time, my to-do list, and my schedule for the day. Then I prepare my bag. I make sure I have everything: my phone, my wallet, my notebook, and sometimes a snack. Finally, I put on my jacket and shoes, open the door, and step outside to begin my day. Okay, let's say a few final practice sentences together. Again, you can repeat right after me. Every morning is a little different. but I try to follow a good routine. When I start my day with English, I feel more focused. I'm proud of my progress, and I will keep going. Now let's move to the afternoon, the middle part of the day. Many people are busy in the afternoon. Some people go to work, some go to school, some stay home and take care of the house or family. Whatever you do, the afternoon is a good time to use English. Even if you're busy, you can still listen. You can still repeat. You can still practice, even for just 5 or 10 minutes. Let's learn some common sentences together. Try to repeat after me, slowly and clearly. After lunch, I go back to work. Sometimes, I feel a little sleepy after I eat. I check my emails and answer the important ones first. I often read messages from coworkers or classmates. I usually have 1 or 2 meetings in the afternoon. Sometimes I meet with a client or my manager to talk about tasks. If I work from home, I sit at my desk and open my laptop. I type reports or prepare presentations. I also look at my calendar to see what I need to do next. I like to keep my desk clean and organized. It helps me think clearly. I usually take a short break around 3 o'clock. I make a cup of tea or drink some water. Sometimes I eat a small snack, like fruit or a biscuit. If I have time, I go for a short walk to get fresh air. Even 10 minutes outside helps me feel better. If the weather is nice, I walk around the block or sit in the sun. When I have free time in the afternoon, I study English. Sometimes I listen to a podcast while I take a walk. Other times, I read a short article or story online. I also watch slow English videos to help with listening. I repeat short phrases out loud to practice speaking. Shadowing helps me speak more fluently and clearly. Before I finish work, I write down what I did. This helps me stay organized and ready for the next day. Sometimes I write one new word I learned today. I like to review my English notebook before I stop for the day. I will now tell you a story about my afternoon. You can listen, pause, and repeat after me. Try to copy my rhythm and tone. This is a great way to shadow and learn. After lunch, I usually go back to my desk to continue working. I check my emails and write a to-do list for the afternoon. I often have a video meeting with my team. We talk about what we finished in the morning and what we will do next. The meetings are usually short, about 30 minutes. After the meeting, I take a short break. I walk to the kitchen and make a cup of tea or black coffee. I drink slowly while standing near the window. Sometimes I step outside for some fresh air. If I have free time, I use it to study English. I usually listen to a podcast like this one, or read a short story. Sometimes I watch a video where the speaker talks slowly. I pause the video and repeat the sentences. This is shadowing. It helps me speak more naturally and understand better. Before I stop working for the day, I write down a short summary of what I did. I also write one sentence in English to describe how I feel. For example, I finished all my work today and I feel proud. I didn't study much today, but I will try again tomorrow. This helps me reflect and stay motivated. Okay, now it's your turn. You can pause this episode for a moment. Try to talk about your afternoon, just like I did. What do you usually do after lunch? Do you go to work? Do you go to class? Do you stay at home and rest or study? Use short sentences. It's okay if it's just 3 or 4 lines. The goal is to speak, not to be perfect. Okay, let's try some sentence starters together to help you speak. I will say the beginning of the sentences, and you try to complete them, okay? In the afternoon, I usually... very good. After lunch, I like to... Good job. Sometimes I feel... Well done. I usually take a break at... Perfect. Before the afternoon ends, I... Very good. Okay. The evening and night. Evening is a special time. A time to relax and review the day. Let's repeat some useful sentences. I come home at 6 o'clock in the evening. I take off my shoes and sit down for a few minutes to rest. I sometimes watch the news or listen to music to relax. I cook dinner or I order food if I feel tired. I eat dinner at the table with my family. We talk about our day and share stories. After dinner, I clean the kitchen and wash the dishes. Sometimes I go for a short walk after dinner. Before bed, I read a book or listen to calming music. I take a shower and brush my teeth. I go to bed around 10:30 or 11. Okay, you have just listened to my full routine. Now I want you to speak about your day. Here's how you can do it. First, think about your day. What time do you wake up? What do you eat for breakfast? Do you work, study, take care of the house? What do you do in the afternoon? What does your evening look like? What do you do before bed? You can speak about today, or you can talk about a typical day, a normal day. Great work today. You listened to a full diary routine. You practiced new vocabulary. You repeated full sentences. And most importantly, you tried to speak in English. This is real progress. You're not just studying English. You are using English. You are living in English, one sentence at a time. Keep building your confidence. Keep practicing your daily routine until it feels easy. Now, come back to this episode often. Listen again, shadow again, and each time add more to your story. This is English Unleashed. I'm Tom, and I'm proud of your effort. Keep listening, keep speaking, and keep believing in yourself. Bye for now.
A A A Example: I have a dog and a cat as pets. Can you pass me a pen, please? Abandon. 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 Example: the owner decided to abandon the old building due to its deteriorating condition. Feeling overwhelmed, she had to abandon her plans for a vacation. Abandoned. 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 Example: the abandoned house was covered in weeds and had broken windows. The puppy looked so sad and abandoned, wandering the streets alone. Ability. 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 Example: she has a remarkable ability to solve complex puzzles. His swimming abilities improved after taking lessons. Able. 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 Example: despite her injury, she was still able to complete the marathon. The young prodigy was able to play multiple musical instruments. About. 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 Example: let's talk about our plans for the weekend. The book is about the life of a famous scientist. Above. 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 Example: hang the painting above the fireplace. The helicopter hovered above the city skyline. Abroad. 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 Example. They decided to study abroad to experience different cultures. She loves to travel and has been living abroad for years. Absence. 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 Example. His absence from the meeting was noticed by everyone. The teacher marked her absent because she was late. Absent. 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 Example. The student was absent from school due to illness. He often arrives late and is frequently absent from work. Absolute. 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 Example. She has absolute control over the company's finances. The athlete showed absolute determination to win the race. Absolutely. 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 Example. I am absolutely certain that I locked the door. The performance was absolutely stunning, receiving a standing ovation. Absorb. 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 Example. The sponge can absorb a large amount of water. She was absorbed in the captivating novel and couldn't put it down. Abuse. 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 Example. Child abuse is a serious societal issue that needs to be addressed. The victim suffered emotional abuse from their partner. Academic. 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 Example. He received an academic scholarship for his outstanding grades. The professor is known for his academic research in the field of physics. Accent. 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 Example. Her British accent was evident when she spoke. The actor practiced the Southern accent for his role in the movie. Accept. 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 Example. She accepted the job offer and will start next week. He couldn't accept the fact that his team lost the game. Acceptable. 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 Example. The hotel room was clean and the service was acceptable. His behavior at the party was not acceptable, and he was asked to leave. Access. 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 Example. You can gain access to the building with this keycard. The website requires a username and password for access. Accident. 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 Example. The car accident caused a major traffic jam. She spilled coffee on her shirt by accident. Accidental. 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 Example. The broken window was accidental and not intentional. He made an accidental discovery while experimenting in the lab. Accidentally. 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 Example. She accidentally deleted the important file from her computer. He bumped into her accidentally while rushing through the crowd. Accommodation. 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 Example. They booked a cozy accommodation near the beach for their vacation. The hotel provides accommodation for up to 200 guests. Accompany. 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 Example. She asked her friend to accompany her to the concert. The guide will accompany the tourists during the sightseeing tour. According to. According to. According to. Example. According to the weather forecast, it will rain tomorrow. According to the article, the company's profits have increased. Account. 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 Example. She opened a bank account to save money. The accountant reviewed the company's financial accounts. Account for. Account for. Account for. Example. The missing funds have yet to be accounted for. He needs to account for his absence from work yesterday. Accurate. 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 Example. The clock on the wall is very accurate, it never loses a minute. The detective's description of the suspect was remarkably accurate. Accurately. 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 Example. She measured the ingredients accurately for the recipe. The historian reconstructed the events as accurately as possible. Accuse. 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 Example. The witness accused the defendant of the crime. He was falsely accused of stealing the money. Achieve. 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 Example. She worked hard to achieve her goal of becoming a doctor. The team's hard work paid off, and they achieved victory. Achievement. 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 Example. Winning the competition was a great achievement for her. His academic achievements earned him a scholarship. Acid. 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 Example. Lemon juice contains citric acid. The scientist conducted experiments to study the effects of acid on metal. Acknowledge. 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 Example. He acknowledged her contribution to the project. The author acknowledged the sources of information in the bibliography. A couple. A couple. A couple. Example. They went on a romantic getaway for a couple of days. I need to buy a couple of apples from the grocery store. Acquire. 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 Example. He managed to acquire rare stamps for his collection. The company plans to acquire its competitor to expand its market share. Across. 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 Example. They walked across the bridge to reach the other side. She saw her friend across the crowded room and waved. Act. 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 Example. The play had 3 acts and an intermission. He has a talent for comedy and always steals the show with his acts. Action. 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 Example. The government needs to take immediate action to address the crisis. She filed a complaint against the company and demanded corrective action. Active. 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 Example. He leads an active lifestyle, regularly participating in sports. The volcano is currently active and erupting. Actively. 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 Example. She actively participates in community service projects. The company actively seeks new partnerships and collaborations. Activity. 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 Example. The children engaged in various outdoor activities during summer camp. Yoga and meditation are popular activities for relaxation. Actor. 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 Example. He is a talented actor who has appeared in many films. The theater company hired renowned actors for their production. Actress. 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 Example. She won an award for her role as the lead actress in the film. The actress delivered a powerful performance on stage. Actual. 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 Example. The actual cost of the car was higher than the advertised price. Despite their previous assumptions, the actual outcome was different. Actually. 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 Example. I thought I had lost my keys, but they were actually in my bag. The book was not what I expected, but it turned out to be actually quite interesting. Add. 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 Example: the newspaper is full of ads for various products and services. She posted an ad online to sell her used furniture. Adopt. 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 Example: the plant has adapted to survive in harsh desert conditions. He had to adapt his presentation to a different audience. Add. 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 Example: please add milk to the shopping list. He decided to add a dash of cinnamon to enhance the flavor. Addition. 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 Example: in addition to the cake, she also baked cookies for the party. The company plans to make an addition to their product line. Additional. 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 Example: she needed additional time to complete the project. The company offered additional benefits to attract new employees. Add on. Add on. Add on. Example: you can add on extra features to your car for an additional cost. The hotel allows guests to add on a breakfast package to their reservation. Address. 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 Example: please provide your address for shipping purposes. The president gave a speech at the address of the United Nations. Add up. Add up. Add up. Example: the numbers don't add up, there seems to be a mistake in the calculations. If you add up all the expenses, you'll see how much you spent on the trip. Add up to. Add up to. Add up to. Example: the costs of the project add up to a significant amount. His achievements add up to an impressive career. Adequate. 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 Example: the room was small but adequate for a short stay. The training provided adequate knowledge to perform the task. Adequately. 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 Example: she was adequately prepared for the exam and confident in her answers. The instructions were adequately explained, leaving no room for confusion. Adjust. 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 Example: please adjust the temperature of the room to make it more comfortable. He needed to adjust his schedule to accommodate the new appointment. Admiration. 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 Example: she looked at the painting with admiration, appreciating the artist's skill. His hard work and dedication earned him the admiration of his colleagues. Admire. 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 Example: I admire her determination to succeed despite the challenges. He admired his father for his wisdom and guidance. Admit. 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 Example: he had to admit that he was wrong. The patient was admitted to the hospital for further observation. Adopt. 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 Example: they decided to adopt a child after struggling with infertility. The company adopted a new policy to improve employee satisfaction. Adult. 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 Example: only adults are allowed in the casino. As an adult, she had to take responsibility for her actions. Advance. 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 Example: he asked for an advance on his salary to cover some urgent expenses. The team advanced to the final round of the competition. Advanced. 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 Example: she enrolled in an advanced math course to challenge herself. The technology used in the new smartphone is highly advanced. Advantage. 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 Example: having a good education gives you an advantage in the job market. The team took advantage of the opponent's mistake and scored a goal. Adventure. 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 Example: they went on a thrilling adventure in the Amazon rainforest. The book is an exciting adventure filled with twists and turns. Advert. 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 Example: I saw an advert for a new movie on TV last night. The advert in the magazine caught her attention with its vibrant colors. Advertise. 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 Example: the company decided to advertise its new product on billboards. They advertised the job opening on various online platforms. Advertisement. 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 Example: the advertisement showcased the features of the latest smartphone. She responded to the advertisement and scheduled an interview. Advertising. 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 Example: he works in the field of advertising, creating catchy campaigns. The company allocated a large budget for online advertising. Advice. 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 Example: she gave me some good advice on how to deal with stress. I followed his advice and invested in the stock market. Advise. 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 Example. The lawyer advised his client on the legal implications of the contract. The doctor advised her to get plenty of rest to recover quickly. Affair. 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 Example. The scandal was the talk of the town, dominating every social affair. He had an extramarital affair that caused turmoil in his marriage. Affect. 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 Example. The bad weather affected the attendance at the outdoor event. His words deeply affected her, leaving her in tears. Affection. 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 Example. The mother hugged her child with affection after a long day. He showed his affection for his pet by showering it with treats. Afford. 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 Example. They couldn't afford to buy a new car at the moment. With her new job, she could afford to travel more frequently. Afraid. 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 Example. She was afraid of spiders and would scream whenever she saw one. He was afraid to take risks and preferred to stay in his comfort zone. After. 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 Example. Let's meet up for coffee after work. After the rain stopped, they went out to play. Afternoon. 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 Example. We had a picnic in the park on a sunny afternoon. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Afterwards. 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 Example. They had an argument, but afterwards, they made up and apologized. She finished her work and went home afterwards. Again. 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 Example. He forgot his keys and had to go back home again. They watched the movie again because they enjoyed it so much. Against. 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 Example. The cat rubbed against my leg, seeking attention. They protested against the government's decision. Age. 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 Example. As you age, your body goes through various changes. The legal drinking age in this country is 21. Aged. 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 Example. The aged man sat on the park bench, feeding the pigeons. The library has a collection of aged books that are preserved carefully. Agency. 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 Example. She works for a travel agency, organizing vacations for clients. The government established an agency to handle environmental issues. Agent. 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 Example. The secret agent went undercover to gather information. The real estate agent showed them several houses before they made a decision. Aggressive. 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 Example. The aggressive dog barked and growled at strangers. The company adopted an aggressive marketing strategy to boost sales. Ago. 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 Example. They moved to a new city 6 months ago. I saw her perform live in concert many years ago. Agree. 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 Example. They finally agreed on a time and place for the meeting. I agree with your opinion on this matter. Agreement. 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 Example. They signed a rental agreement for the apartment. The two parties reached an agreement after long negotiations. Ahead. 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 Example. He worked hard to get ahead in his career. The car drove ahead, leaving the others behind. Aid. 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 Example. The organization provides aid to refugees in need. She offered her aid in the form of a donation. Aim. 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 Example. He aimed the dart and threw it at the bullseye. The company aims to expand its market share in the coming year. Air. 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 Example. The fresh air at the beach was invigorating. The airplane circled in the air before landing. Aircraft. 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 Example. The airport had various aircraft parked on the tarmac. The military conducted a flyover with their advanced aircraft. Airport. 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 Example. They arrived at the airport early to catch their flight. The airport was bustling with travelers from all over the world. Alarm. 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 Example. The loud alarm woke them up in the middle of the night. She set an alarm on her phone to remind her of the appointment. Alarmed. 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 Example. The neighbors were alarmed by the sound of breaking glass. He felt alarmed when he saw smoke coming out of the building. Alarming. 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 Example: the rise in crime rates was alarming to the community. The doctor gave her an alarming diagnosis that required immediate treatment. Alcohol. 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 Example: he decided to quit drinking alcohol for the sake of his health. The party had a wide selection of alcoholic beverages. Alcoholic. 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 Example: his father struggled with alcoholism for many years. The rehab center offers treatment programs for alcoholic individuals. Alive. 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 Example: the hiker was relieved to find the lost camper alive and well. The newborn baby cried, signaling that it was alive and breathing. All. 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 Example: she ate all the cookies in the jar. The students worked hard to complete all the assignments. Allied. 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 Example: the two countries formed an allied partnership to address common issues. The Allied forces fought together against the enemy during the war. Allow. 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 Example: the teacher allowed the students to use calculators during the exam. The rules don't allow pets in the building. Allow for. Allow for. Allow for. Example: the schedule allows for a short break between meetings. Please allow for some extra time in case of traffic delays. All right. All right. All right. Example: don't worry, everything will be all right. She assured her friend that she was feeling all right after the accident. Ally. 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 Example: the country sought a strong ally to support its political agenda. The business formed an alliance with a competitor to enter new markets. Almost. 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 Example: she almost missed the bus but managed to catch it just in time. The puzzle is complete, you're almost there. Alone. 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 Example: he preferred to be alone when working on important projects. The child felt lonely and sad when left alone in the empty room. Along. 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 Example: they took a leisurely walk along the beach at sunset. She read the book aloud, and he followed along silently. Alongside. 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 Example: The new employee worked alongside her colleagues to complete the project. The boat sailed alongside the majestic whales. Aloud. 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 Example. She read the poem aloud, captivating the audience with her voice. The teacher asked the students to think aloud during the brainstorming session. Alphabet. 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 Example. The English alphabet consists of 26 letters. She taught her toddler to recognize the letters of the alphabet. Alphabetical. 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 Example. The names on the list are arranged in alphabetical order. The books on the shelf are organized alphabetically by the author's last names. Alphabetically. 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 Example. The directory is sorted alphabetically by last name. The index at the end of the book lists the topics alphabetically. Already. 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 Example. I have already finished my homework, so I can relax now. The movie had already started when they arrived at the theater. Also. 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 Example. He not only enjoys playing soccer but also excels at it. She loves chocolate, and she also has a fondness for ice cream. Alter. 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 Example. She decided to alter her hairstyle and dye her hair blonde. The tailor altered the dress to fit the customer perfectly. Alternative. 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 Example. If you don't like coffee, there's an alternative, herbal tea. He considered pursuing an alternative career path. Alternatively. 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 Example. You can either take the bus or, alternatively, walk to the station. If the restaurant is full, we can alternatively try the one next door. Although. 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 Example. Although it was raining, they decided to go for a hike. She studied hard, although she was tired from work. Altogether. 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 Example. I don't like that restaurant. The food is bad, and the service is slow. Altogether, it's a disappointing experience. She decided to quit her job altogether and pursue her passion. Always. 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 Example. He always arrives on time for meetings. She always has a smile on her face, no matter the circumstances. A.M. 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 Example: the meeting is scheduled for 10 a.m. She wakes up early at 6 a.m. every day. Amaze. 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 Example: the magician's tricks never failed to amaze the audience. The beauty of the sunset never ceases to amaze her. Amazed. 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 Example: she was amazed by the breathtaking view from the mountaintop. He was amazed at how quickly the team finished the project. Amazing. 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 Example: the acrobat's performance was amazing, the audience was in awe. The cake she baked was not only beautiful but also tasted amazing. Ambition. 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 Example: her ambition was to become a successful entrepreneur. He pursued his ambition of becoming a professional musician. Ambulance. 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 Example: the ambulance arrived quickly to transport the injured person to the hospital. The paramedics treated the patient inside the ambulance. Among. 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 Example: the hidden treasure was buried among the rocks. She found her lost keys among the papers on her desk. Amount. 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 Example: the total amount of money raised for the charity exceeded expectations. The recipe calls for a small amount of salt. Amount to. Amount to. Amount to. Example: his actions amounted to a betrayal of trust. The evidence against the suspect amounted to a strong case. Amuse. 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 Example: the comedian's jokes never failed to amuse the audience. The children played games to amuse themselves during the long car ride. Amused. 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 Example: she was amused by her cat's playful antics. The clown's silly tricks kept the children entertained and amused. Amusing. 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 Example: the movie was hilarious, it was one of the most amusing comedies she had seen. The comedian's witty remarks and funny anecdotes were highly amusing. Analyze. 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 Example: the scientist used advanced equipment to analyze the data. The financial analyst carefully analyzed the company's financial statements. Analysis. 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 Example: The analysis of the survey results revealed interesting trends. The report included a detailed analysis of the market conditions. Ancient. 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 Example. The archaeologists discovered an ancient burial site. The city is known for its ancient architecture and historical landmarks. Ah. 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 Example. He likes both chocolate and vanilla ice cream. She went to the store to buy bread, milk, and eggs. Anger. 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 Example. His face turned red with anger when he heard the news. She expressed her anger by slamming the door. Angle. 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 Example. The photographer adjusted the camera to capture the perfect angle. He approached the problem from a different angle and found a solution. Angrily. 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 Example. She spoke angrily to her friend after the argument. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door angrily. Angry. 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 Example. The customer became angry when the product didn't work as promised. The driver honked the horn, making the angry pedestrian stop in their tracks. Animal. 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 Example. The zoo has a variety of different animals, including lions, elephants, and monkeys. She has a deep love for animals and volunteers at an animal shelter. Ankle. 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 Example. She sprained her ankle while playing basketball. He rolled his ankle while hiking and had to seek medical attention. Anniversary. 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 Example. They celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary with a grand party. The company marked its 50th anniversary with a special event. Announce. 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 Example. The spokesperson announced the new product launch during the press conference. The teacher announced the winner of the science fair competition. Annoy. 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 Example. The constant noise from the construction site annoyed the residents. Her little brother would purposely annoy her by hiding her belongings. Annoyed. 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 Example. She was annoyed by the repetitive questions from her classmates. He became annoyed when his computer froze in the middle of an important task. Annoying. 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 Example. The buzzing sound of the mosquito was annoying, interrupting her sleep. The continuous ads on the website were annoying for the users. Annual. 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 Example. The company holds an annual meeting to discuss its performance. The festival is an annual event that attracts visitors from all over the world. Annually. 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 Example. The report is published annually to provide an overview of the industry. The school holds its sports day annually in the spring. Another. 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 Example. She needs another cup of coffee to wake up in the morning. He bought another book by his favorite author. Answer. 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 Example. He gave a thoughtful answer to the interviewer's question. The student raised her hand to give an answer to the math problem. Anti. 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 Example. The company develops antivirus software to protect against computer threats. The organization campaigns for anti-discrimination laws. Anticipate. 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 Example. She eagerly anticipated the release of her favorite band's new album. The weather forecast anticipates heavy rain for the weekend. Anxiety. 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 Example. She experienced anxiety before giving a presentation. The uncertainty of the future filled him with anxiety. Anxious. 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 Example. He felt anxious about the upcoming job interview. She was anxious to see her test results. Anxiously. 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 Example. The students waited anxiously for their exam scores to be announced. He paced back and forth, anxiously awaiting the doctor's call. Any. 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 Example. Do you have any questions about the assignment? She didn't have any money to buy lunch. Anybody. 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 Example. Does anybody know the answer to this riddle? Anybody can participate in the event, it's open to everyone. Anyone. 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 Example. Is there anyone who can help me with this problem? She didn't want to disappoint anyone, so she worked hard to meet everyone's expectations. Anything. 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 Example. You can choose anything from the menu, it's all delicious. He would do anything to make her happy. Anyway. 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 Example. I know it's late, but I'll come over anyway. The weather is bad, but we're going to the beach anyway. Anywhere. 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 Example. She couldn't find her keys anywhere in the house. They were ready to go on an adventure anywhere in the world. Apart. 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 Example. The two friends decided to live apart after their disagreement. The furniture was placed far apart in the spacious living room. Apart from. Apart from. Apart from. Example. Apart from the occasional phone call, they rarely communicated. She liked all the colors in the painting apart from the bright yellow. Apartment. 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 Example. They moved into a new apartment in the city center. She rented a small apartment near her workplace. Apologize. 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 Example. He had to apologize for his rude behavior at the party. She realized her mistake and immediately apologized to her friend. Apparent. 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 Example. The apparent reason for the delay was a technical issue. There was an apparent misunderstanding between the two parties. Apparently. 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 Example. He was apparently unaware of the changes made to the plan. She was apparently the only one who knew the secret. Appeal. 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 Example. The charity campaign had a strong appeal, and many people donated. The lawyer made a passionate appeal to the jury for a fair verdict. Appear. 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 Example. The sun began to appear over the horizon, signaling the start of a new day. She suddenly appeared at the door, surprising everyone in the room. Appearance. 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 Example. He always takes great care of his appearance before important meetings. The actress made a special appearance at the premiere of the movie. Apple. 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 Example. She took a bite of the juicy apple and smiled. He picked a ripe apple from the tree in the backyard. Application. 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 Example. He submitted his job application to multiple companies. The software application allows users to edit photos. Apply. 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 Example. She decided to apply for a scholarship to fund her studies. He applied sunscreen to protect his skin from the sun. Appoint. 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 Example. The board of directors appointed him as the new CEO. She was appointed as the head of the department. Appointment. 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 Example. She had a doctor's appointment in the afternoon. He scheduled an appointment with his financial advisor. Appreciate. 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 Example. I appreciate your help, it means a lot to me. She appreciates the beauty of nature and often goes on hikes. Approach. 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 Example. He approached the customer with a friendly smile. The team decided to approach the problem from a different angle. Appropriate. 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 Example. It's important to dress appropriately for a job interview. The teacher assigned age-appropriate books to the students. Approval. 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 Example. She eagerly awaited her boss's approval of her project proposal. The team celebrated when they received official approval for their plan. Approve. 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 Example. The committee approved the budget for the new project. The teacher approved their request for an extension on the assignment. Approving. 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 Example. She gave an approving nod when she saw the finished artwork. He received approving looks from his colleagues for his innovative idea. Approximate. 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 Example. The approximate cost of the renovation is around $10,000. They estimated an approximate arrival time of 2 p.m. Approximately. 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 Example. The journey takes approximately 3 hours by train. The package will be delivered in approximately 5 business days. April. 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 Example. Her birthday is in April, so we're planning a surprise party. They got married on a sunny day in April. Area. 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 Example. The park has a large picnic area for families to enjoy. She lives in a residential area with beautiful houses. Argue. 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 Example. They always argue about politics whenever they meet. The siblings argued over who would get the last piece of cake. Argument. 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 Example. The couple had a heated argument about finances. He presented a strong argument in favor of his proposal. Arise. 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 Example. Unexpected issues arose during the construction process. A conflict arose between the two colleagues over a misunderstanding. Arm. 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 Example. She wore a bracelet on her wrist and a watch on her arm. He lifted the heavy box with his strong arms. Armed. 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 Example. The security guard was armed with a gun to protect the premises. The soldiers were heavily armed and ready for battle. Arms. 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 Example. The couple embraced in each other's arms. She carried her baby in her arms. Army. 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 Example. He served in the army for several years before retiring. The country's army is known for its discipline and strength. Around. 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 Example. The children ran around the playground, laughing and playing. She tied a ribbon around the gift box to make it look more festive. Arrange. 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 Example. She arranged the flowers in a beautiful vase. He arranged a meeting with the client to discuss the project. Arrangement. 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 Example. The wedding planner made all the necessary arrangements for the ceremony. The seating arrangement in the classroom was changed to improve interaction among students. Arrest. 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 Example. The police arrested the suspect after a long investigation. The security guard attempted to arrest the shoplifter. Arrival. 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 Example. The arrival of the train was delayed by an hour. The airport was crowded with people waiting for the arrivals. Arrive. 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 Example. We will arrive at the hotel around 8 p.m. She always arrives early for work to avoid traffic. Arrive at. Arrive at. Arrive at. Example. After much deliberation, they finally arrived at a decision. the investigation team arrived at the crime scene to gather evidence. Arrow. 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 Example. The archer shot the arrow and hit the bullseye. The signpost had an arrow pointing to the right. Art. 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 Example. The museum displayed various forms of art, including paintings and sculptures. She enjoys creating art using different mediums, such as watercolors and clay. Article. 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 Example. I read an interesting article about climate change in the newspaper. The grammar book explained the proper use of definite and indefinite articles. Artificial. 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 Example. The artificial flowers looked surprisingly real. The company developed an artificial intelligence system to improve customer service. Artificially. 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 Example. The flavors in the food were artificially enhanced with additives. The athlete was accused of artificially boosting his performance with banned substances. Artist. 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 Example. Picasso was a renowned artist known for his unique style. She aspired to become a professional artist and exhibit her work in galleries. Artistic. 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 Example. The gallery showcased a collection of artistic photographs. Her dancing was praised for its artistic expression and grace. Artistically. 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 Example. The sculptures were artistically arranged in the exhibition hall. She painted the mural with great skill and artistically blended the colors. As. 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 Example. I will do it as soon as possible. As an English teacher, I enjoy reading books. Ashamed. 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 Example. He felt ashamed of his behavior at the party. She was too ashamed to admit her mistake. Aside. 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 Example. She set aside some money for emergencies. He put his personal feelings aside and made a rational decision. Aside from. Aside from. Aside from. Example. Aside from English, she can also speak Spanish fluently. The book was well written, aside from a few typos. Ask. 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 Example. I will ask the teacher for clarification. She asked me if I wanted to go to the movies. Asleep. 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 Example. The baby fell asleep in her mother's arms. He was so tired that he fell asleep on the couch. Aspect. 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 Example. The project had many different aspects that needed to be considered. She focused on the positive aspects of the situation. Assist. 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 Example. The nurse will assist the doctor during the surgery. Can you assist me with carrying these boxes? Assistance. 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 Example. The organization provides financial assistance to those in need. He sought assistance from a career counselor to help him find a job. Assistant. 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 Example. She hired an assistant to help manage her busy schedule. The professor's assistant graded the students' papers. Associate. 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 Example. He tends to associate cold weather with the holiday season. The brand is often associated with luxury and high quality. Associated. 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 Example. The company has been associated with several successful product launches. Smoking is strongly associated with an increased risk of lung cancer. Association. 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 Example. He is a member of the local artists' association. The study found a strong association between exercise and improved mental health. Assume. 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 Example. You should not assume that everyone shares your opinion. The detective assumed that the suspect had a motive for the crime. Assure. 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 Example. The doctor assured the patient that the procedure would be safe. He assured his parents that he would study hard for the exam. At. 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 Example. Let's meet at the park tomorrow. She waved at me from across the room. Atmosphere. 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 Example. The restaurant had a cozy atmosphere with dim lighting and soft music. The atmosphere in the stadium was electric as the home team scored a winning goal. Atom. 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 Example. The atom is the basic unit of matter. The scientist studied the structure of the atom using a powerful microscope. Attach. 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 Example. Please attach the files to the email and send them to me. The document had a note attached to it explaining the revisions. Attached. 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 Example. The report had an attached appendix with additional data. He sent an email with the photo attached. Attack. 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 Example. The lioness will attack if she feels threatened. The hacker launched a cyber attack on the company's website. Attempt. 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 Example. He made an attempt to climb the mountain but had to turn back due to bad weather. The suspect's attempt to rob the bank was foiled by the security guard. Attempted. 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 Example. The police arrested a man for an attempted burglary. She survived an attempted assassination but was injured in the process. Attend. 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 Example. I will attend the meeting tomorrow. She attends yoga classes twice a week. Attend to. Attend to. Attend to. Example. The nurse will attend to your needs shortly. He needed to attend to his urgent matters before going on vacation. Attention. 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 Example. The teacher asked the students to pay attention to the lesson. The loud noise caught everyone's attention. Attitude. 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 Example. She has a positive attitude towards challenges and never gives up. The employee's negative attitude affected the team's morale. Attorney. 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 Example. The attorney represented the defendant in court. She hired an attorney to help her with the legal documents. Attract. 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 Example. The colorful flowers attract butterflies. The company used a catchy jingle to attract customers. Attraction. 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 Example. The Eiffel Tower is a popular tourist attraction in Paris. The theme park offers various attractions for visitors of all ages. Attractive. 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 Example. He is a talented and attractive actor. The advertisement featured an attractive model promoting the product. Audience. 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 Example. The concert attracted a large audience of music lovers. The speaker captivated the audience with her inspiring words. August. 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 Example. My birthday is in August. They are planning a vacation for the month of August. Aunt. 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 Example. I visited my aunt during the holidays. Her aunt baked delicious cookies for the family gathering. Author. 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 Example. Shakespeare is considered one of the greatest authors in English literature. The author of the book explores themes of love and loss. Authority. 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 Example. The police have the authority to enforce the law. The professor spoke with authority on the subject of neuroscience. Automatic. 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 Example. The car has automatic transmission. The sprinkler system is set to automatic mode. Automatically. 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 Example. The lights in the hallway turn on automatically when someone enters. The program automatically saves your work every few minutes. Autumn. 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 Example. The leaves change color in autumn. They went apple picking in the beautiful autumn weather. Available. 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 Example. Is the room available for tonight? The book is currently not available in stores. Average. 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 Example. She scored an average of 85% on the test. The company's profits were slightly below average this quarter. Avoid. 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 Example. I try to avoid eating sugary snacks. He decided to avoid rush hour traffic by leaving early. Awake. 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 Example. I was wide awake and couldn't fall back asleep. The noise from the construction kept me awake all night. Award. 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 Example. The actress received an award for her outstanding performance. The Nobel Prize is a prestigious award in the field of science. Aware. 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 Example. She became aware of the danger and acted quickly. The students were not aware of the new assignment. Away. 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 Example. Please keep away from the edge of the cliff. He moved away from his hometown to pursue his career. Awful. 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 Example. The food at that restaurant was awful. She had an awful headache and couldn't concentrate. Awfully. 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 Example. The weather was awfully hot during the summer. I felt awfully tired after the long journey. Awkward. 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 Example. He felt awkward in social situations and struggled to make conversation. The dancer had an awkward stumble during the performance. Awkwardly. 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 Example. She smiled awkwardly when she realized her mistake. He walked awkwardly in his new shoes. Baby. 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 Example. The couple is expecting a baby in a few months. The baby giggled when the toy made a funny sound. Back. 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 Example. He has a pain in his lower back. The back of the chair was cushioned for comfort. Background. 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 Example. She has a background in marketing. The music played softly in the background. Back up. Back up. Back up. Example. Remember to back up your files regularly to avoid data loss. The company decided to back up their claims with scientific research. Backward. 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 Example. The backward region received additional funding for development. The team took a backward step in their progress. Backwards. 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 Example. He walked backwards to get a better view of the painting. The car slowly moved backwards down the hill. Bacteria. 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 Example. Bacteria can be found everywhere, including on surfaces and in the human body. The doctor prescribed antibiotics to kill the harmful bacteria. Bad. 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 Example. The weather forecast for tomorrow looks bad. He had a bad experience at the restaurant. Badly. 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 Example. The car was badly damaged in the accident. She wanted to win the competition badly. Bad-tempered. 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 Example. The bad-tempered customer complained about the service. The professor was known for being bad-tempered in class. Bag. 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 Example. She carried her books in a backpack. He bought a new laptop bag for his computer. Baggage. 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 Example. The airline lost my baggage during the flight. He struggled to lift his heavy baggage onto the luggage cart. Bake. 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 Example. She likes to bake cookies for special occasions. They baked a delicious cake for the birthday party. Balance. 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 Example. Maintaining a healthy work-life balance is important for overall well-being. The gymnast demonstrated great balance during her routine. Ball. 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 Example. The children played catch with a ball in the park. She hit the ball with a tennis racket. Ban. 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 Example. The government decided to ban smoking in public places. The school banned the use of mobile phones during class. Band. 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 Example. The band played live music at the concert. She joined a local band as the lead vocalist. Bandage. 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 Example. He wrapped the wound with a clean bandage. The nurse applied a bandage to the injured athlete's knee. Bank. 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 Example. She went to the bank to deposit her paycheck. The bank offered low-interest loans to small businesses. Bar. 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 Example. They met at a bar for drinks after work. The chocolate bar was her favorite treat. Bargain. 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 Example. The store had a sale, and she found a great bargain on a dress. He negotiated a bargain price for the used car. Barrier. 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 Example. The language barrier made communication difficult. The security barrier prevented unauthorized access. Base. 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 Example. The army set up a base in the desert. The cake was decorated with a chocolate base and fresh fruit. Based. 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 Example. The movie is based on a true story. The company's decision was based on market research. Base on. Base on. Base on. Example. The report was based on extensive research conducted over several months. Her opinion is based on personal experience. Basic. 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 Example. She taught the students basic math skills. The book provides a basic introduction to computer programming. Basically. 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 Example. The recipe is basically just eggs and flour. Basically, the plan is to finish the project by next week. Basis. 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 Example. The team meets on a weekly basis to discuss progress. He makes decisions on a case-by-case basis. Bath. 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 Example. I took a relaxing bath to unwind after a long day. The bathroom has a bathtub and a shower. Bathroom. 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 Example. The bathroom is down the hall on the left. She decorated the bathroom with colorful tiles. Battery. 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 Example. The remote control needs new batteries. The electric car has a rechargeable battery. Battle. 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 Example. The soldiers fought a fierce battle against the enemy. The cancer patient faced a long and difficult battle. Bay. 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 Example. They sailed into a picturesque bay with crystal clear water. The hotel room had a beautiful view of the bay. B. 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 Example. I want to be a doctor when I grow up. She is a talented musician. Beach. 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 Example. They spent the day relaxing on the beach. The beach was crowded with sunbathers and swimmers. Beak. 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 Example. The bird used its beak to crack open the seed. The toucan has a colorful beak. Bear. 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 Example. The mother bear protects her cubs. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving his family. Bear. 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 Example. The teddy bear is his favorite cuddly toy. We saw a wild bear in the national park. Beard. 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 Example. He had a long, bushy beard that reached down to his chest. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully as he pondered the question. Beat. 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 Example. The drummer began to beat the drums rhythmically. He could hear his heart beating loudly in his chest. Beat up. Beat up. Beat up. Example. The gang beat up the poor man and stole his wallet. He was badly beaten up in the fight and had to go to the hospital. Beautiful. 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 Example. The sunset over the ocean was a beautiful sight to behold. She wore a beautiful dress that caught everyone's attention. Beautifully. 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 Example. The flowers in the garden bloomed beautifully in the spring. The orchestra played the symphony beautifully, captivating the audience. Beauty. 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 Example. She possessed a rare beauty that radiated from within. The beauty of the landscape left him speechless. Because. 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 Example. She couldn't go to the party because she had to work late. He couldn't concentrate because of the loud noise in the room. Because of. Because of. Because of. Example. They arrived late because of heavy traffic on the highway. The event was cancelled because of bad weather conditions. Become. 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 Example. After years of hard work, he finally became a successful entrepreneur. The caterpillar will soon become a butterfly through metamorphosis. Bed. 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 Example. She sank into the soft bed and fell asleep immediately. The children jumped up and down on the bed, laughing. Bedroom. 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 Example. Their new house had a spacious master bedroom with a balcony. He converted the small attic into a cozy bedroom for his son. Beef. 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 Example. They ordered a juicy steak made from prime beef at the restaurant. The chili recipe called for ground beef and beans. Beer. 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 Example. He enjoyed sipping a cold beer while watching the football game. The bartender served a frothy glass of beer to the customer. Before. 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 Example. Please arrive at least 10 minutes before the scheduled meeting time. The letter must be sent before the deadline to be considered. Begin. 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 Example. The concert will begin promptly at 8 p.m. She took a deep breath and began her presentation. Beginning. 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 Example. The beginning of the movie was slow, but it quickly picked up pace. The teacher asked the students to write a short paragraph about the beginning of their summer vacation. Behalf. 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 Example. The lawyer spoke on behalf of his client during the trial. She accepted the award on behalf of the entire team. Behave. 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 Example. The children were expected to behave well at the wedding ceremony. The dog was trained to behave properly in public places. Behavior. 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 Example. His erratic behavior raised concerns among his friends. The school implemented a code of conduct to promote positive behavior. Behind. 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 Example. The car suddenly appeared from behind the building. He hid behind the tree to surprise his friends. Be left over. Be left over. Be left over. Example. After the party, there were many leftovers that could be eaten the next day. The recipe called for 2 cups of milk, but there was only a small amount left over. Belief. 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 Example. His strong belief in himself helped him overcome many challenges. The religious ceremony was a celebration of shared beliefs. Believe. 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 Example. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the surprise party. He didn't believe the rumor until he heard it from a reliable source. Believe in. Believe in. Believe in. Example. She strongly believed in the power of positive thinking. He believed in the importance of education for personal growth. Bell. 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 Example. The church bell rang, signaling the start of the wedding ceremony. The doorbell chimed, announcing the arrival of a visitor. Belong. 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 Example. The antique vase belongs to my grandmother. This book doesn't belong on that shelf, it should be in the fiction section. Belong to. Belong to. Belong to. Example. The key belongs to the locked drawer in the study. The responsibilities of this position belong to the new team leader. Below. 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 Example. The temperature dropped below freezing during the winter night. Please sign your name below the dotted line. Belt. 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 Example. He tightened his belt before stepping on the weighing scale. The karate champion wore a black belt as a symbol of his expertise. Bend. 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 Example. She carefully bent the wire into the shape of a heart. The road ahead began to bend, curving through the mountains. Beneath. 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 Example. The treasure was hidden beneath the old oak tree. He found his lost keys beneath a pile of papers on his desk. Benefit. 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 Example. Regular exercise has many health benefits, including improved cardiovascular fitness. The company provides a range of employee benefits, such as health insurance and retirement plans. Bent. 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 Example. The tree branches were bent under the weight of heavy snow. He noticed a bent corner on the page of his favorite book. Beside. 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 Example. She sat beside her best friend during the concert. The new building was built beside the old one. Best. 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 Example. The best time to visit the beach is during the summer. The team gave their best performance and won the championship. Bet. 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 Example. He placed a bet on the horse with the highest odds. Let's make a bet to see who can finish their dinner first. Better. 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 Example. She bought a better camera to capture high-quality photos. The new medicine provided better pain relief than the previous one. Betting. 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 Example. Betting on sports is a popular form of entertainment for many people. He got addicted to online betting and lost a significant amount of money. Between. 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 Example. The town is located between the mountains and the sea. The book was hidden between the cushions of the sofa. Beyond. 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 Example. Her efforts went beyond expectations, earning her a promotion. The view from the top of the mountain was beyond breathtaking. Bicycle. 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 Example. He rode his bicycle to work every day to save money on transportation. The children learned to ride a bicycle with the help of training wheels. Bid. 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 Example. The highest bid for the artwork was $10,000. She made a bid for the contract and hoped to win the project. Big. 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 Example. The elephant was a big animal with large tusks. They moved into a big house with multiple bedrooms. Bike. 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 Example. He enjoys going for long rides on his mountain bike. She bought a new bike to commute to school. Bill. 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 Example. The waiter brought the bill after they finished their meal. She received a large phone bill due to excessive data usage. Billion. 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 Example. The company's revenue reached billions of dollars last year. He won $1 billion in the lottery and became an instant millionaire. Bin. 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 Example. He threw the empty cans into the recycling bin. The garbage bin was overflowing with trash. Biology. 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 Example. She studied biology in college and became a biologist. The biology lab was equipped with microscopes and lab equipment. Bird. 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 Example. The bird chirped happily in the tree outside her window. She spotted a colorful bird with vibrant feathers in the forest. Birth. 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 Example. The baby's birth brought joy to the entire family. She celebrated her 50th birthday with a grand party. Birthday. 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 Example. They surprised her with a cake and gifts on her birthday. He received many birthday wishes from friends and family. Biscuit. 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 Example. She enjoyed a cup of tea with a freshly baked biscuit. He spread some butter on the warm biscuit and took a bite. Bit. 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 Example. She took a small bit of chocolate and savored the rich flavor. He felt a bit tired after a long day at work. Bite. 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 Example. The mosquito bite left an itchy red bump on her arm. He bit into the juicy apple and tasted its sweetness. Bitter. 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 Example. The bitter cold of winter made her shiver uncontrollably. They had a bitter argument and didn't speak to each other for days. Bitterly. 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 Example. She cried bitterly when she heard the sad news. He complained bitterly about the poor service at the restaurant. Black. 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 Example. She wore a stylish black dress to the party. The night sky was adorned with twinkling black stars. Blade. 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 Example. He sharpened the blade of the knife before slicing the vegetables. The grass was cut evenly by the lawnmower's sharp blade. Blame. 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 Example. He tried to blame his mistakes on someone else. She couldn't help but blame herself for the accident. Blank. 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 Example. She stared at the blank page, unsure of what to write. The computer screen displayed a blank document waiting to be filled. Blind. 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 Example. The blind man navigated the streets with the help of a white cane. She closed her eyes and walked blindly through the obstacle course. Block. 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 Example. The children built a tall tower using colorful blocks. The traffic jam caused a block in the city center. Blonde. 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 Example. She had long, flowing blonde hair that shimmered in the sunlight. The actress played the role of a blonde bombshell in the movie. Blood. 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 Example. The nurse drew some blood for the medical tests. He accidentally cut his finger, and blood started to flow. Blow. 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 Example. The wind blew gently through the trees, rustling the leaves. He blew on the hot soup to cool it down before taking a sip. Blow out. Blow out. Blow out. Example. She blew out the candles on her birthday cake and made a wish. He blew out the match after lighting the candle. Blow up. Blow up. Blow up. Example. The kids blew up balloons for the party decoration. The angry customer threatened to blow up the store with a bomb. Blue. 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 Example. The sky was clear and blue on a sunny day. She painted the walls of her room a calming shade of blue. Bored. 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 Example. The passengers waited at the boarding gate for their flight. He wrote the agenda on the whiteboard for the meeting. Boat. 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 Example. They went fishing on a small boat in the lake. The cruise ship was a luxurious boat with multiple decks. Body. 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 Example. She exercised regularly to keep her body fit and healthy. The accident caused severe injuries to his body. Boil. 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 Example. She boiled water to make a cup of tea. The soup needs to boil for at least 15 minutes. Bomb. 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 Example. The terrorist attack was carried out with a powerful bomb. The bomb squad safely defused the explosive device. Bone. 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 Example. The dog gnawed on a bone to clean its teeth. He broke a bone in his arm after falling from the tree. Book. 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 Example. She enjoyed reading a good book on a rainy day. He borrowed a book from the library for his research. Boot. 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 Example. She put on her boots before going for a hike. The cowboy wore a pair of leather boots. Border. 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 Example. The river formed a natural border between the two countries. The garden was lined with flowers along its border. Bore. 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 Example. The lecture on quantum physics bored the students. He was easily bored by repetitive tasks. Bored. 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 Example. The bored child started to fidget in his seat. She felt bored during the long wait at the airport. Boring. 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 Example. The documentary turned out to be incredibly boring. He found his job mundane and boring. Born. 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 Example. The baby was born on a sunny morning in June. She was born and raised in a small town. Borrow. 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 Example. Can I borrow your pen for a moment? He borrowed money from his friend to pay the rent. Boss. 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 Example. She reported to her boss on the progress of the project. The boss commended his employees for their hard work. Both. 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 Example. Both of the students received awards for their achievements. She liked both the red and blue dresses but had to choose one. Bother. 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 Example. Please don't bother him, he's busy working. The constant noise bothered her while she was studying. Bottle. 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 Example. He poured a glass of water from the bottle. She collected empty glass bottles for recycling. Bottom. 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 Example. The book was hidden at the bottom of the stack. They reached the bottom of the hill and took a rest. Bound. 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 Example. The prisoner was bound by handcuffs and escorted to the police car. She felt bound by her responsibilities and couldn't take a break. Bowl. 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 Example. He ate a bowl of hot soup to warm himself up. The bowl was filled with fresh fruits for a healthy snack. Box. 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 Example. She packed her belongings into a cardboard box. He received a gift in a beautifully wrapped box. Boy. 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 Example. The little boy ran across the playground, chasing a ball. She read a bedtime story to her young boy. Boyfriend. 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 Example. She introduced her boyfriend to her parents for the first time. He surprised his girlfriend with flowers on their anniversary. Brain. 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 Example. The brain is the most complex organ in the human body. She used her brain to solve the challenging puzzle. Branch. 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 Example. The bird perched on a branch of the tree and sang a melodious tune. They walked along the forest path, surrounded by tall branches. Brand. 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 Example. He preferred to buy products from a trusted brand. The company launched a new brand of smartphones. Brave. 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 Example. The firefighter showed great bravery while rescuing people from the burning building. She summoned her courage and took a brave step forward. Bread. 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 Example. She toasted a slice of bread and spread butter on it. He bought a loaf of fresh bread from the bakery. Break. 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 Example. He tried to break the glass with a hammer. She needed to break the bad news to her friend gently. Break down. Break down. Break down. Example. The car broke down in the middle of the highway. She couldn't handle the stress and broke down in tears. Breakfast. 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 Example. They enjoyed a hearty breakfast of eggs, bacon, and toast. She skipped breakfast and grabbed a quick snack on her way to work. Break in. Break in. Break in. Example. The burglars tried to break in through the back door. She called the police when she noticed signs of a break-in. Break into. Break into. Break into. Example. The hackers managed to break into the company's database. He used a crowbar to break into the locked cabinet. Break off. Break off. Break off. Example. They decided to break off their engagement after realizing they weren't compatible. The negotiations broke off without reaching a resolution. Break out. Break out. Break out. Example. The prisoners managed to break out of their cells and escape. The measles outbreak caused panic in the community. Break up. Break up. Break up. Example. They decided to break up and go their separate ways. The teacher had to break up the fight between two students. Breast. 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 Example. The baby nursed at his mother's breast. She underwent surgery to remove a lump in her breast. Breath. 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 Example. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her nerves. He could feel the warm breath of the dog on his hand. Breathe. 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 Example. She took a moment to breathe and collect her thoughts. He practiced deep breathing exercises to relax. Breathe in. Breathe in. Breathe in. Example. The yoga instructor instructed the class to breathe in deeply. She closed her eyes and breathed in the fresh scent of flowers. Breathe out. Breathe out. Breathe out. Example. He exhaled slowly, breathing out all the tension. She blew out the candles, and a breath of smoke filled the air. Breathing. 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 Example. The doctor listened to her breathing using a stethoscope. He noticed her rapid breathing and suspected she was anxious. Breed. 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 Example. They decided to breed their 2 dogs to have puppies. He has been breeding horses for many years. Brick. 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 Example. The wall was made of red bricks. He dropped a brick, and it shattered into pieces. Bridge. 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 Example. They crossed the bridge over the river to reach the other side. The bridge collapsed under the weight of the heavy truck. Brief. 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 Example. He gave a brief introduction before starting the presentation. She provided a brief summary of the novel's plot. Briefly. 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 Example. She spoke briefly about her recent trip to Europe. The professor explained the concept briefly during the lecture. Bright. 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 Example. The sun shone brightly in the clear blue sky. She wore a bright yellow dress that caught everyone's attention. Brightly. 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 Example. The stars twinkled brightly in the night sky. The room was lit brightly with multiple lamps. Brilliant. 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 Example. She received a brilliant idea that solved the problem. His performance in the play was absolutely brilliant. Bring. 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 Example. Please bring your textbooks to class tomorrow. He forgot to bring his wallet and couldn't pay for the meal. Bring back. Bring back. Bring back. Example. The smell of the freshly baked bread brought back childhood memories. She brought back a souvenir from her trip to Paris. Bring down. Bring down. Bring down. Example. The scandal brought down the politician's career. The strong winds brought down several trees in the area. Bring forward. Bring forward. Bring forward. Example. They decided to bring the meeting forward to accommodate everyone's schedule. She brought the deadline forward to finish the project earlier. Bring out. Bring out. Bring out. Example. The new software update brings out additional features. The book launch brought out a large crowd of fans. Bring up. Bring up. Bring up. Example. She was brought up by her grandparents after her parents' death. He didn't want to bring up the topic during the family dinner. Broad. 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 Example. The road was broad enough to accommodate multiple lanes of traffic. She has a broad knowledge of various subjects. Broadcast. 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 Example. The radio station broadcasts news and music throughout the day. The live concert was broadcasted to millions of viewers. Broadly. 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 Example. The plan was broadly discussed among the team members. She smiled broadly when she received the good news. Broken. 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 Example. The broken vase lay shattered on the floor. He had a broken leg and needed crutches to walk. Brother. 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 Example. Her older brother always looked out for her. They were twins, but her brother was born a few minutes earlier. Brown. 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 Example. The dog had a coat of beautiful, shiny brown fur. She painted the walls of her bedroom in a warm brown color. Brush. 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 Example. He used a brush to paint the artwork. She brushed her hair to make it smooth and neat. Bubble. 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 Example. The children blew bubbles and laughed as they floated in the air. The hot water in the pot formed bubbles as it boiled. Budget. 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 Example. They created a budget to track their monthly expenses. The company's budget for marketing increased this year. Build. 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 Example. They hired a construction company to build their dream house. He used his own hands to build a wooden table. Building. 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 Example. The tall building dominated the city skyline. The historic building was renovated to preserve its architectural beauty. Build up. Build up. Build up. Example. He worked hard to build up his savings over the years. The tension between them had been building up for months. Bullet. 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 Example. The detective found a bullet casing at the crime scene. The soldier loaded his gun with bullets before going into battle. Bunch. 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 Example. She picked a bunch of flowers from the garden. He carried a bunch of keys on a keychain. Burn. 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 Example. The candle burned brightly on the table. He accidentally burned his hand on the hot stove. Burn down. Burn down. Burn down. Example. The old house burned down in a devastating fire. The forest fire threatened to burn down the nearby village. Burnt. 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 Example. The toast was burnt and inedible. She smelled the burnt popcorn from the microwave. Burst. 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 Example. The balloon burst with a loud bang. He couldn't contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Burst into. Burst into. Burst into. Example. She burst into tears when she heard the sad news. The children burst into the room, full of energy and excitement. Burst out. Burst out. Burst out. Example. He burst out laughing at the funny joke. She couldn't control her anger and burst out yelling. Bury. 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 Example. They buried their beloved pet in the backyard. The treasure was buried deep underground. Bus. 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 Example. She took the bus to work every day. They boarded the tourist bus for a guided city tour. Bush. 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 Example. The hiker walked through the dense bush in the forest. She planted a row of bushes to create a natural barrier. Business. 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 Example. He started his own business and became an entrepreneur. The company is in the business of manufacturing electronics. Businessman. 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 Example. The businessman traveled extensively for meetings and negotiations. He was a successful businessman known for his innovative ideas. Busy. 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 Example. She's always busy with work and rarely has free time. The streets were busy with cars and pedestrians. But. Example. He wanted to go to the party, but he had to finish his assignment first. She loves chocolate, but she's allergic to it. Butter. Example. He spread butter on his toast for breakfast. The recipe called for a stick of melted butter. Button. Example. She sewed a button onto her shirt that had fallen off. He pressed the button to turn on the light. Buy. Example. She went to the store to buy groceries. He saved money to buy a new car. Buyer. Example. The buyer negotiated the price with the seller. She was a frequent buyer at the local farmer's market. Buy. Example. The painting was created by a famous artist. The package was delivered by the postal service. Buy. Example. Goodbye, see you tomorrow, she said as she waved goodbye. He waved bye to his friends before leaving the party. Cabinet. Example. She stored her dishes in the kitchen cabinet. The documents were kept in a locked cabinet. Cable. Example. He connected the TV to the cable for better reception. She tripped over the cable and accidentally unplugged the computer. Cake. Example. They celebrated the birthday with a delicious chocolate cake. She baked a homemade cake for the special occasion. Calculate. Example. He used a calculator to calculate the sum. She carefully calculated the expenses for the trip. Calculation. Example. The math problem required complex calculations. The calculation of the company's profits was done by the accountant. Call. Example. She picked up the phone and called her friend. He called out for help when he got lost in the woods. Call back. Call back. Example. He promised to call her back later in the day. She left a voicemail asking him to call her back. Called. 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 Example. The teacher called her name to answer a question. They called the winner of the raffle on stage. Call for. Call for. Call for. Example. The situation calls for immediate action. She called for a change in the company's policies. Call off. Call off. Call off. Example. They had to call off the picnic due to bad weather. The coach called off the training session. Call up. Call up. Call up. Example. He decided to call up his old friend and catch up. She called up the customer service hotline for assistance. Come. 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 Example. She remained calm despite the chaotic situation. He spoke in a calm and reassuring voice. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Example. Take a deep breath and try to calm down. The teacher's presence helped calm down the rowdy students. Calmly. 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 Example. She handled the criticism calmly and professionally. He calmly explained his point of view during the argument. Camera. 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 Example. She took out her camera to capture the beautiful sunset. He adjusted the settings on the camera before taking a photo. Camp. 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 Example. They set up their tents in the campsite near the lake. She attended a summer camp for kids. Campaign. 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 Example. The politician launched a campaign for re-election. The charity organized a fundraising campaign to support their cause. Camping. 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 Example. They enjoyed camping in the wilderness, away from the city. She packed her camping gear for the weekend trip. Can one. Can one. Can one. Example. I can swim across the pool. Can you pass me the salt, please? Can too. Can too. Can too. Example. He opened a can of soda. She emptied the can of soup into a pot. Cancel. 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 Example. They had to cancel their vacation due to unforeseen circumstances. The concert was canceled due to the singer's illness. Cancer. 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 Example. She underwent chemotherapy to treat her breast cancer. The doctor specializes in the treatment of lung cancer. Candidate. 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 Example. The candidate delivered a powerful speech during the campaign rally. She interviewed several candidates for the open position. Candy. 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 Example. He bought a bag of candy for Halloween. She enjoys eating sweet and colorful candies. Cannot. 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 Example. I cannot attend the meeting because of a scheduling conflict. She cannot remember where she put her keys. Cap. 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 Example. He wore a baseball cap to protect himself from the sun. She twisted the cap to open the bottle. Capable. 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 Example. She is a capable leader who can handle challenging situations. He proved himself capable of handling the project independently. Capacity. 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 Example. The stadium has a seating capacity of 50,000. The hotel reached its maximum capacity during the holiday season. Capital. 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 Example. London is the capital of England. The company raised capital to fund its expansion. Captain. 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 Example. He was the captain of the soccer team. The captain announced the departure time over the loudspeaker. Capture. 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 Example. The photographer captured the stunning landscape in her picture. The police captured the fugitive after a long chase. Car. 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 Example. She drove her car to work every day. They rented a car for their road trip. Card. 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 Example. He gave her a birthday card with a heartfelt message. She used her credit card to pay for the purchase. Cardboard. 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 Example. He used cardboard to build a small model house. She recycled the cardboard boxes after moving to a new place. Care. care, care. Example. She showed care and compassion towards the elderly. He took care of his younger siblings while their parents were away. Career, career, career. Example. She has a successful career in marketing. He decided to pursue a career in medicine. Care for, care for, care for. Example. She volunteered at the nursing home, caring for the elderly residents. He hired a pet sitter to care for his dog while he was on vacation. Careful, careful, careful. Example. Be careful not to spill the hot coffee. She is a careful driver and always follows the traffic rules. Carefully, carefully, carefully. Example. He read the instructions carefully before assembling the furniture. She handled the delicate china dishes carefully. Careless, careless, careless. Example. He made a careless mistake on the exam and lost points. She broke the vase due to her careless handling. Carelessly, carelessly, carelessly. Example. He carelessly tossed his clothes on the floor. She carelessly left the door unlocked. Carpet, carpet, carpet. Example. They installed a soft carpet in their living room. She vacuumed the carpet to remove the dust. Carrot, carrot, carrot. Example. She added chopped carrots to the soup for extra flavor and nutrients. He grabbed a carrot from the fridge as a healthy snack. Carry, carry, carry. Example. She asked him to carry the heavy boxes up the stairs. He carried his backpack on his shoulder. Carry on, carry on, carry on. Example. Despite the difficulties, they decided to carry on with their project. She told him to carry on speaking while she took notes. Carry out, carry out, carry out. Example. The researchers carried out a series of experiments to test their hypothesis. They carried out the instructions given by their supervisor. Case, case, case. Example. He presented a strong case to support his argument. The detective solved the mysterious case. Cash, cash, cash. Example. She paid for her groceries with cash. He withdrew some cash from the ATM. Cast. 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 Example. The cast of the play rehearsed their lines. She joined the cast of the movie as a supporting actress. Castle. 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 Example. They visited the ancient castle and learned about its history. The princess lived in a beautiful castle. Cat. 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 Example. The cat curled up on the cozy cushion. She played with her pet cat in the backyard. Catch. 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 Example. He tried to catch the ball but missed. She caught the train just in time. Catch up. Catch up. Catch up. Example. Let's meet for coffee and catch up on each other's lives. He worked late to catch up on his assignments. Category. 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 Example. The books are organized into different categories on the library shelves. She won the award in the Best Actress category. Cause. 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 Example. The organization supports a worthy cause. He dedicated his life to fighting for social justice causes. CD. 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 Example. He burned his favorite songs onto a CD. She played a CD of classical music in the background. Cease. 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 Example. The rain ceased and the sun came out. They urged both parties to cease the hostilities. Ceiling. 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 Example. She looked up at the beautiful chandelier hanging from the ceiling. He painted the ceiling white to make the room appear brighter. Celebrate. 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 Example. They gathered to celebrate her graduation from university. We celebrate our anniversary every year with a special dinner. Celebration. 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 Example. The town organized a fireworks display for the New Year's Eve celebration. The birthday party was a joyful celebration with friends and family. Sell. 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 Example. The human body is made up of trillions of cells. He used his cell as a flashlight in the dark. Cell phone. Cell phone. Cell phone. Example. She checked her messages on her cell phone. He forgot his cell phone at home and felt disconnected. Sent. 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 Example. The price of the product was reduced by 50 cents. She saved every cent to afford her dream vacation. Centimeter. 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 Example. The caterpillar measured several centimeters in length. She measured the fabric in centimeters for accurate sewing. Central. 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 Example. The hotel is located in a central area of the city, close to all attractions. The central theme of the book is love and redemption. Center. 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 Example. They met at the shopping center to go shopping together. The town center is always bustling with activity. Century. 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 Example. The historical event took place in the 19th century. She studied the art of the 17th century. Ceremony. 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 Example. The wedding ceremony was held in a beautiful garden. The award ceremony honored the achievements of outstanding individuals. Certain. 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 Example. He seemed certain about his decision and didn't hesitate. She had a certain feeling that something good was about to happen. Certainly. 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 Example. Will you come to the party? Certainly. I wouldn't miss it. He certainly knows how to make people laugh with his jokes. Certificate. 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 Example. She received a certificate of achievement for her outstanding performance. He framed his graduation certificate and hung it on the wall. Chain. 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 Example. The necklace was made of gold chain links. They opened a chain of restaurants across the country. Chair. 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 Example. She sat on the comfortable chair by the fireplace. He pulled out a chair for her at the dining table. Chairman. 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 Example. The chairman called the meeting to order and outlined the agenda. She was elected as the new chairman of the company. Chairwoman. 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 Example. The chairwoman led the discussion on the proposed changes. She became the chairwoman of the organization after years of dedication. Challenge. 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 Example. Climbing Mount Everest was a great challenge for him. She embraced the challenge of learning a new language. Chamber. 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 Example. They entered the dimly lit chamber and discovered ancient artifacts. The trial took place in the courtroom chamber. Chance. 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 Example. He took a chance and applied for the job, even though he wasn't sure he'd get it. She saw a chance to prove herself and seized it. Change. 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 Example. He decided to change his career path and pursue his true passion. She changed her hairstyle and dyed it red. Change round. Change round. Change round. Example. Let's change round the seating arrangement for a fresh perspective. He changed round the order of the slides in his presentation. Channel. 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 Example. She switched the TV channel to watch her favorite show. The river carved a narrow channel through the rocks. Chapter. 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 Example. Each chapter of the book revealed a new twist in the plot. She finished reading the final chapter late at night. Character. 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 Example. He is known for his strong and determined character. She played the role of a complex character in the movie. Characteristic. 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 Example. Honesty is one of his most admirable characteristics. Persistence is a characteristic that often leads to success. Charge. 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 Example. He decided to charge his phone before leaving the house. She charged her clients a reasonable fee for her services. Charity. 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 Example. They donated a large sum of money to charity. She volunteers at a local charity organization. Chart. 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 Example. The doctor showed her the chart of her test results. He used a chart to track the stock market trends. Chase. 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 Example. The dog chased the squirrel up the tree. She chased after her little brother in the park. Chase away. Chase away. Chase away. Example. They used scarecrows to chase away the birds from the crops. The noise from the construction site chased away the peaceful atmosphere. Chat. 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 Example. They sat in the park and chatted for hours. She chatted with her friends online. Cheap. 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 Example. The store had a sale, and she bought some cheap clothes. He found a cheap flight deal for his vacation. Cheaply. 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 Example. They produced the product cheaply to attract more customers. She bought groceries cheaply by using coupons. Cheat. 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 Example. He cheated on the test by copying from his neighbor. She felt guilty for cheating in the game. Cheat of. Cheat of. Cheat of. Example. He felt cheated of his victory when the referee made a wrong decision. She was cheated of her money by a fraudulent investment scheme. Check. 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 Example. He checked his email for any important messages. She checked the weather forecast before going out. Check in. Check in. Check in. Example. They arrived at the hotel and checked in at the reception. She checked in for her flight online. Check into. Check into. Check into. Example. He decided to check into a hotel for the night. She checked into a rehab facility to seek help. Check on. Check on. Check on. Example. He went to check on his sleeping children. She called to check on her sick friend. Check out. Check out. Check out. Example. They checked out of the hotel and left for the airport. She checked out a book from the library. Check over. Check over. Check over. Example. He checked over his essay for any grammar mistakes. She checked over the financial reports before submitting them. Check up on. Check up on. Check up on. Example. The doctor checked up on his patient to monitor the progress. She checked up on her elderly neighbor to see if she needed anything. Chic. 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 Example. She gave him a kiss on the cheek as a greeting. He felt a warm tear rolling down his cheek. Cheerful. 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 Example. She has a cheerful personality and always brings positivity to the room. He greeted everyone with a cheerful smile. Cheerfully. 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 Example. She waved goodbye cheerfully as she left for work. He whistled cheerfully while walking down the street. Cheese. 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 Example. They had a cheese tasting party with a variety of cheeses. She made a delicious macaroni and cheese dish for dinner. Chemical. 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 Example. The laboratory is equipped with various chemical substances for experiments. She wore protective gloves while handling the chemical solution. Chemist. 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 Example. He visited the local chemist to pick up his prescription. She consulted a chemist for advice on skincare products. Chemistry. 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 Example. The chemistry between them was undeniable. He studied chemistry in college and became a chemist. Check. 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 Example. He wrote a check to pay for the new furniture. She received a check as a refund for her canceled flight. Chest. 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 Example. She placed the gift on the chest at the foot of the bed. He felt a tightness in his chest as he ran up the stairs. Chew. 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 Example. He chewed the gum slowly to savor the flavor. She chewed on her pencil while thinking. Chicken. 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 Example. They cooked a delicious roast chicken for dinner. She ordered a chicken salad at the restaurant. Sheaf. Sheaf. Chief. Example. The chief of police held a press conference to address the issue. She was promoted to the chief executive officer of the company. Child. 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 Example. The children played happily in the park. She adopted a child from a local orphanage. Chin. 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 Example. He rested his chin on his hand while thinking. She pointed her chin defiantly during the argument. Chip. 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 Example. He ate a handful of potato chips while watching TV. She installed a new chip in her computer for faster processing. Chocolate. 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 Example. She couldn't resist the temptation of a piece of chocolate cake. He bought a box of chocolates as a gift for his girlfriend. Choice. 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 Example. She had to make a difficult choice between two job offers. They presented him with several choices for dinner. Choose. 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 Example. They had to choose a paint color for their living room. She chose to study abroad for a semester. Chop. 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 Example. He chopped the vegetables for the stir-fry. She chopped off her long hair for a new look. Chop down. Chop down. Chop down. Example. They decided to chop down the old tree because it was diseased. He chopped down the weeds in the garden. Chop off. Chop off. Chop off. Example. She accidentally chopped off a small piece of her finger while cooking. He decided to chop off his long beard for a fresh start. Church. 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 Example. They attended Sunday service at the local church. She lit a candle in the church and said a prayer. Cigarette. 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 Example. He smoked a cigarette outside the building. She decided to quit smoking and threw away her last cigarette. Cinema. 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 Example. They went to the cinema to watch the latest blockbuster movie. She bought popcorn and soda at the cinema concession stand. Circle. 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 Example. The children sat in a circle and played a game. He drew a perfect circle on the paper. Circumstance. 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 Example. She found herself in difficult circumstances and had to make tough decisions. They adapted to the circumstances and found a way to succeed. Citizen. 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 Example. He became a naturalized citizen of the country after living there for many years. She participated in a peaceful protest as a concerned citizen. City. 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 Example. They explored the bustling streets of the city. She moved to the city to pursue her career. Civil. 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 Example. They engaged in a civil conversation to resolve their differences. The civil rights movement fought for equality and justice. claim, claim, claim. Example. He claimed to have seen a UFO in the sky. She claimed the title of champion after winning the tournament. Clap, clap, clap. Example. The audience clapped enthusiastically at the end of the performance. She clapped her hands in delight when she received good news. Class, class, class. Example. He attended a yoga class to improve his flexibility. She taught a class of energetic first graders. Classic, classic, classic. Example. The novel has become a classic piece of literature. She wore a classic black dress to the formal event. Classroom, classroom, classroom. Example. They entered the classroom and took their seats. She decorated the classroom with colorful posters. Clean, clean, clean. Example. She put on a clean shirt before going out. He washed the dishes until they were sparkling clean. Clean up, clean up, clean up. Example. They had to clean up the messy room before guests arrived. She cleaned up the spilled milk from the floor. Clear, clear, clear. Example. The sky was clear, and the stars were visible. She gave a clear explanation of the process. Clearly, clearly, clearly. Example. He spoke clearly so that everyone could understand him. She wrote her name clearly on the form. Clear out, clear out, clear out. Example. They decided to clear out the old furniture from the basement. She cleared out her closet and donated clothes she no longer wore. Clear up, clear up, clear up. Example. The doctor prescribed medication to clear up the infection. The rain cleared up, and they were able to continue their outdoor activity. Clerk, clerk, clerk. Example. He asked the clerk for assistance in finding a specific item. She worked as a clerk in a busy office. Clever, clever, clever. Example. She came up with a clever solution to the problem. He is known for his clever sense of humor. Click, click, click. Example. She clicked on the link to open the web page. He clicked his tongue in disapproval. client, client, client. Example. She met with a new client to discuss their project. He has many loyal clients who trust his services. Climate, climate, climate. Example. The climate in that region is tropical, with high humidity. She prefers a cooler climate with mild temperatures. Climb, climb, climb. Example. They decided to climb the mountain and enjoy the view from the top. She climbed the ladder to reach the book on the highest shelf. Climbing, climbing, climbing. Example. He enjoys rock climbing as a challenging outdoor activity. She took up climbing as a hobby and joined a climbing club. Clock, clock, clock. Example. The clock on the wall showed that it was already late. She glanced at her wristwatch to check the time. Close, close, close. Example. The store is closed on Sundays. She has a close relationship with her siblings. Close, close, close. Example. Please close the door when you leave the room. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Closed, closed, closed. Example. The gate was closed, so they couldn't enter the park. She found a sign that said closed for renovation on the store door. Closely, closely, closely. Example. He observed the situation closely to gather all the details. She followed the instructions closely to complete the task. Closet, closet, closet. Example. She hung her clothes in the closet. He stored his belongings in the closet. Cloth, cloth, cloth. Example. She used a soft cloth to clean the glass. He bought a piece of cloth to sew a new dress. Clothes, clothes, clothes. Example. She folded her clothes and placed them in the drawer. He donated his old clothes to a local charity. Clothing, clothing, clothing. Example. They sell a wide range of clothing for men, women, and children. She enjoys shopping for new clothing items. Cloud, cloud, cloud. Example. The sky was filled with dark clouds before the storm. She lay on the grass, looking at the shapes of clouds. Club. 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 Example. He joined a book club to meet fellow literature enthusiasts. She danced the night away at the local nightclub. Coach. 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 Example. He hired a personal coach to help him improve his fitness. She became a coach for the school's basketball team. Coal. 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 Example. The miners extracted coal from the underground mine. She added coal to the fireplace to keep the room warm. Coast. 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 Example. They went on a road trip along the scenic coast. She enjoyed walking along the sandy coast, listening to the waves. Coat. 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 Example. He wore a warm coat to protect himself from the cold. She hung her coat on the rack by the entrance. Code. 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 Example. He wrote a complex code to solve the programming problem. She scanned the QR code with her phone to access the information. Coffee. 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 Example. He brewed a fresh cup of coffee in the morning. She ordered a caramel latte from the coffee shop. Coin. 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 Example. He dropped a coin into the vending machine to get a snack. She collected rare coins as a hobby. Cold. 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 Example. She wrapped herself in a warm blanket to ward off the cold. He caught a cold and had to stay home from work. Coldly. 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 Example. He looked at her coldly, not showing any emotion. She responded coldly to his apology. Collapse. 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 Example. The old building collapsed after the earthquake. She collapsed on the couch, exhausted from the long day. Colleague. 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 Example. He discussed the project with his colleagues during the meeting. She collaborated with her colleagues to complete the research. Collect. 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 Example. He collects stamps as a hobby. She collected donations for a local charity. Collection. 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 Example. He has an impressive collection of antique cars. She donated her book collection to the library. College. 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 Example. He attended college to pursue a degree in computer science. She graduated from college with honors. Caller. 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 Example. The artist used vibrant colors in her painting. He preferred the color blue over other colors. Colored. 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 Example. She picked a colored pencil from the box to sketch a drawing. He painted the walls with different colored stripes. Column. 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 Example. He wrote a weekly column for the newspaper. She read the horoscope column to see what the stars had in store for her. Combination. 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 Example. The dish was a combination of flavors from different cuisines. She used a combination of keys to unlock the door. Combine. 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 Example. They decided to combine their efforts to tackle the project. She combined the ingredients to make a delicious soup. Come. 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 Example. He asked her to come to the party with him. She promised to come to the meeting on time. Come across. Come across. Come across. Example. He came across an old photo while cleaning the attic. She came across a great book recommendation on the internet. Come down. Come down. Come down. Example. The prices of houses in the area came down significantly. She felt dizzy and had to come down from the ladder. Comedy. 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 Example. They watched a comedy movie and laughed throughout. She enjoys watching stand-up comedy shows. Come from. Come from. Come from. Example. He comes from a small town in the countryside. She comes from a family of doctors. Come in. Come in. Come in. Example. Please come in and have a seat. She knocked on the door and waited for someone to come in. Come off. Come off. Come off. Example. The button came off her shirt, so she had to sew it back on. The play came off as a great success to the audience. Come on. Come on. Come on. Example. Come on, let's go for a walk in the park. She urged him to come on stage and perform. Come out. Come out. Come out. Example. The sun came out after days of rain. The new book by her favorite author came out last week. Come round. Come round. Come round. Example. They invited their friends to come round for dinner. She fainted but quickly came round and regained consciousness. Come to. Come to. Come to. Example. He came to a sudden realization about his true passion. She calculated the expenses and found that they came to a large sum. Come up. Come up. Come up. Example. An unexpected opportunity came up, and he decided to seize it. She didn't have an answer right away but promised to come up with one. Come up to. Come up to. Come up to. Example. He came up to her and introduced himself at the party. She came up to the podium to accept her award. Comfort. 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 Example. He offered her words of comfort during a difficult time. She found comfort in the warm embrace of her loved ones. Comfortable. 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 Example. The couch was comfortable to sit on. She felt comfortable in her favorite pair of shoes. Comfortably. 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 Example. He settled into the chair comfortably and started reading. She slept comfortably on the soft mattress. Command. 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 Example. He gave a command, and his dog obediently followed. She typed a command into the computer to execute a program. Comment. 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 Example. He left a comment on her blog post expressing his thoughts. She appreciated the positive comments she received on her artwork. Commercial. 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 Example. The company created a catchy commercial to promote their product. She appeared in a commercial for a popular brand. Commission. 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 Example. He received a commission for painting a mural on the building. She worked on a commission basis as a salesperson. Commit. 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 Example. He decided to commit himself to a healthier lifestyle. She committed to finishing the project before the deadline. Commitment. 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 Example. He showed great commitment to his job, always going the extra mile. She made a commitment to volunteer at the local shelter. Committee. 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 Example. They formed a committee to organize the charity event. She served on the committee responsible for planning the conference. Common. 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 Example. It's common for people to experience stress during exams. She shares a common interest in photography with her friend. Commonly. 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 Example. People commonly use smartphones for communication nowadays. She commonly visits the local library to borrow books. Communicate. 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 Example. They used sign language to communicate with each other. She communicated her ideas through a well-written email. Communication. 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 Example. Effective communication is essential for building strong relationships. She studied communication theory in her college course. Community. 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 Example. They actively participated in community events and volunteer work. She felt a sense of belonging to her local community. Company. 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 Example. He works for a software company as a programmer. She started her own company after years of planning. Compare. 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 Example. He likes to compare prices before making a purchase. She compared different options to choose the best one. Comparison. 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 Example. He made a detailed comparison of the two products' features. She drew a comparison between the two novels' writing styles. Compete. 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 Example. He trained hard to compete in the upcoming marathon. She competed against skilled opponents in the chess tournament. Competition. 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 Example. They entered the cooking competition and showcased their culinary skills. She won first place in the singing competition. Competitive. 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 Example. He has a competitive nature and always strives to be the best. She enjoys playing competitive sports like tennis and soccer. Complain. 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 Example. He complained about the slow service at the restaurant. She complained to the landlord about the noisy neighbors. Complaint. 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 Example. He filed a complaint with the customer service department. She listened to the customer's complaint and offered a solution. Complete. 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 Example. He completed the project ahead of schedule. She completed her homework before going to bed. Completely. 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 Example. The room was completely empty after they moved out. She completely forgot about the meeting and missed it. Complex. 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 Example. The math problem was too complex for him to solve. She wrote a complex algorithm to solve the puzzle. Complicate. 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 Example. He tends to complicate matters by overthinking. She didn't want to complicate their friendship by confessing her feelings. Complicated. 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 Example. Their relationship became complicated after the argument. She had a complicated schedule with overlapping commitments. Computer. 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 Example. He used a computer to write his research paper. She bought a new computer for her graphic design work. Concentrate. 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 Example. He found it hard to concentrate with all the noise in the room. She closed her eyes to concentrate on her meditation. Concentrate on. Concentrate on. Concentrate on. Example. He needed to concentrate on his studies for the upcoming exam. She advised him to concentrate on his strengths and work on them. Concentration. 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 Example. He had excellent concentration during intense focus sessions. She lacked concentration due to distractions in the environment. Concept. 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 Example. He explained the concept of gravity to the students. She came up with a unique concept for her art installation. Concern. 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 Example. He expressed concern about the environmental impact of the project. She had a genuine concern for the well-being of her family. Concerned. 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 Example. They were concerned about her health and well-being. She was concerned about the increasing crime rate in her neighborhood. Concerning. 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 Example. They had a meeting concerning the upcoming event. She wrote an email concerning the change in schedule. Concert. 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 Example. He bought tickets to the upcoming concert of his favorite band. She performed a piano solo at the school concert. Conclude. 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 Example. They concluded the meeting with a summary of the main points. She concluded her speech by thanking everyone for their support. Conclusion. 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 Example. He drew a logical conclusion based on the available evidence. She reached the conclusion that it was time to move on. Concrete. 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 Example. They poured concrete to create a sturdy foundation for the building. She had a concrete plan for her business expansion. Condition. 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 Example. He checked the condition of the car before buying it. She kept her books in good condition by handling them carefully. Conduct. 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 Example. He conducted an experiment to test his hypothesis. She conducted a survey to gather feedback from the participants. Conference. 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 Example. He attended an international conference on climate change. She presented her research at a scientific conference. Confidence. 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 Example. He had confidence in his abilities and believed in himself. She gained confidence through practice and hard work. Confident. 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 Example. He felt confident about the outcome of the negotiation. She approached the interview with a confident attitude. Confidently. 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 Example. He spoke confidently in front of the large audience. She walked confidently into the room, ready to take on the challenge. Confine. 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 Example. They confined the dog to the backyard using a fence. She felt confined in the small room with no windows. Confined. 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 Example. He was confined to bed rest after the surgery. She felt confined by the strict rules of the institution. Confirm. 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 Example. He called to confirm his appointment with the doctor. She received an email to confirm her flight reservation. Conflict. 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 Example. They had a conflict of interest regarding the project. She tried to resolve the conflict between her friends. Confront. 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 Example. He decided to confront his colleague about the issue. She confronted her fears and stepped out of her comfort zone. Confuse. 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 Example. The instructions were unclear and confused him. She tried to explain the concept again, hoping not to confuse her students. Confused. 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 Example. He felt confused about which direction to take. She looked at the map with a confused expression on her face. Confusing. 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 Example. The professor's explanation was confusing and hard to follow. She found the user interface of the new software confusing. Confusion. 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 Example. There was confusion among the audience about the event's schedule. She experienced confusion when faced with conflicting information. Congratulate. 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 Example. He congratulated her on winning the award. She called to congratulate her friend on the promotion. Congratulation. 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 Example. He received many congratulations for his achievements. She sent a heartfelt congratulation to the newlyweds. Congress. 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 Example. He attended a congress on environmental sustainability. She participated in the annual Congress of Scientists. Connect. 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 Example. He used a cable to connect the computer to the monitor. She connected with old friends through social media. Connected. 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 Example. He felt connected to nature while hiking in the mountains. She had a strong network of connected professionals in her field. Connection. 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 Example. He established a strong connection with his new colleague. She lost her internet connection during the storm. Conscious. 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 Example. He made a conscious effort to improve his eating habits. She was conscious of the impact her words could have on others. Consequence. 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 Example. He understood the consequences of his actions. She faced the consequences of her decision. Conservative. Conservative. Conservative.